Good evening. Notice is hereby given that the City Council of the City of Dilley, Texas will conduct in a special meeting on Tuesday, September 16, 2025 at 6:30 p.m. at the City Hall Convention Center building located at 116 East Miller, Dilley, Texas 78017. The following items to be considered. Calling meeting to order at 6:30 p.m. Roll call, please.
Everardo Castillo Jr., Council Place 1.
Alicia Machado, Councilmember Place 3, Mayor Pro Tem.
Miranda, place 4.
Rudy Alvarez, place 5.
Natasha Prado, City Secretary.
Henry Arredondo, City Administrator.
Mayor Alexandria Inocencio. Also in the audience, we have city employees, Public Works Director Rudy Olivares, Library Director Ashlyn Salinas, our city engineers, our municipal judge Lotus, as well as city attorneys are present.
Austin Beck, yes.
If we can all stand for the Pledge of Allegiance to the United States and the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible. Invocation, please.
We come before you today with Heavenly Father, we come before you today with gratitude for the opportunity to serve our community. We ask for your wisdom and guidance as we discuss matters that impact the lives of our citizens. May our decisions be made with integrity, fairness, and a deep commitment to the well-being of all. Bless our leaders with clarity of thought, patience in discussion, and unity in purpose. May this meeting be productive, respectful, and filled with a spirit of collaboration. We pray for the strength to uphold justice, the courage to make difficult choices, and the compassion to serve with humility. May your presence be with us as we work together for the betterment of Dilley. Amen.
Item number 5, we'll begin with hold our second public hearing to discuss the proposed budget fiscal year 2025-2026. Budget public hearing begins at 6:33 p.m. The notice hereby is given that the City Council of the City of Dilley, Texas will conduct a public hearing on Tuesday, September 16, 2025 at 6:30 p.m. at the City Hall Convention Center, building located at 116 East Miller, Dilley, Texas 78017. As stated, the public hearing has been called to order at 6:33 p.m. We are open now to discuss anything regarding to our proposed budget fiscal year 2025 and 2026. Do we have anyone in the audience who would like to speak or ask any questions regarding our proposed budget? Council, do y'all have any questions or anything regarding our proposed budget?
Another item on where y'all can discuss the public hearings really just.
Just when they,
Public. If
yes.
There's no one that you can close it
Go
back
ahead,
up.
close. Okay, there is no one to discuss in the audience, so we will close the proposed budget at a hearing at 6:35 p.m. Item number 6. Notice hereby is given that the City Council of City of Dilley will hold the second public hearing to discuss the proposed tax rate for the fiscal year 2025-2026. We call hearing to order at 6:35 PM. Anyone in the audience that would like to make any comments or questions regarding the proposed tax rate for the 2025-2026 fiscal year? If there is no one to discuss, we will close this public hearing at 6:36 PM. Moving on to citizens to be heard. This is the opportunity for citizens, visitors, and guests to address the city council on any issue or any item of the agenda in compliance with LGC Section 551.007. City council may not discuss any presented issue, nor may any action be taken on any issue at this time. Citizens to be heard are limited to 3 minutes each. Attorney General Opinion JC-0169. Do we have any citizens to be heard?
No, Mayor, not at this moment.
No citizens to be heard at this time. We'll move on to item number 8, consent agenda. Discuss, consider, and act on the following items. I'm going to go ahead and open A, approve minutes of the August 12, 2025 regular meeting. The minutes are in our packet. If there are no questions or changes after you have reviewed, if I could please have a motion.
There's no employee incentives?
No, there's no employee incentives, but we are on 8. at the moment. We're on the minutes at the moment.
Oh, but this is the consent agenda. We can consider all 3 items and approve them.
I've only opened A, but yes,
Huh?
I've only opened A.
Yeah.
Well, what's the use of having a consent agenda if you don't take them, we're gonna take them one at a time?
Well, yeah, the consent agenda, generally you make one motion to approve all.
All of them?
3 things.
Okay.
And if any council member wants to talk about any of them, you can request that it be pulled out. And then y'all vote on the rest of the consent agenda, and then you can talk about whatever they pulled out.
With that being said, I will go ahead and read out the following items as well. B, review of city bills. C, approve employee incentives for the month of September 2025. There are no incentives for September.
There are no questions. I move that we approve the consent agenda.
I have a question on city bills. Last time,
Oh,
Hold
just a
on.
motion.
We do have a motion on the table by Councilmember Place 5, Rudy Alvarez.
Well, if you have,
We can do
Yeah.
We can
discussion.
still discuss.
I would go ahead and ask first, does anybody want to pull anything from the consent agenda? That way you can make clear, like, if you have a question, Mr. Rhonda, about the bills, then you would say, let's pull that from the consent agenda. Then you can take the motion and go ahead and vote on the consent agenda. And then do B or whatever bills are.
Or it can be addressed during discussion.
Can we let the motion die then?
Well, Mr. Andy, do you have a question about the bills?
Because he has a
Yeah,
question.
Okay, so then we pull that out of the consent agenda, then the motion is just gonna be to cover the minutes and the employee incentives. So y'all can vote on that. You can take a second and a vote on that.
Yeah, but he motioned for all 3 though.
Yes.
I withdraw my
Yeah.
motion.
We have.
Thank you, Mr.
Wants
Alvarez.
to talk about.
Mr. Aranda, do you have a question?
on there's an item, last time I was on here, we had a question, we didn't know what it was for. For the city audit, no, it's a county auditor, what are we paying? Well, that's $250. I think we had that question last time I was on here.
What was the prison?
Okay, so yeah, the 250, that's for, space, cell space,
For what?
cell space.
At the jail?
Oh, maybe it's cell like cell.
No, and it's,
It's the word C.
one other question on, Roberto Torres. Who's Roberto Torres?
He was an, ex-officer.
Yeah, ex-officer,
Is what?
an officer?
Police officer.
We sent them to
but-
training, or what is this?
Yes, it was a training, but, he has since resigned.
It is a reimbursement for a training that was requested for payment.
That is all I have.
If there are no further questions or comments, if I could please have a motion?
I move that we approve the consent agenda.
Motion made by Councilmember Place 5, Rudy Alvarez. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Second by Councilmember Place 1, Everardo Castillo. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion passes with all in favor. Moving along to department reports, item number 9. These items are submitted for informational purpose only. We'll begin with A, library report. Ashley Salinas, do we have any questions? Good afternoon, Ashley. Thank you for being here.
Okay, for our August report, we have our patron count of being 192, our internet being 163, Wi-Fi 40, students 68, visits 36, and circulation 65. We've continued our after-school activities for the students now that they have early release practically every Friday. It's good to see more kids into the library. We have our September calendar out already. We have some reading material that continues to get donated and put on the shelves, and continue to weed out material that is already old or has been donated. We have our St. Jude's Ranch, CPS, our Camino Real, our United Healthcare, and our DPL Energy Services that comes and utilizes the private rooms and the library. DPL comes every other Thursday, and our United Healthcare comes every other Monday. There's not much for the month. That will conclude my report. Any questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. B, court report by Judge Flores. Good afternoon.
Judge.
It's been hectic, so court has been closed in and out due to a medical emergency. On behalf of my secretary's husband, but all in all, we're up to date and everything. We haven't been there much, but nevertheless, everything is pretty much up to date. Some other citations have been on a low volume, but nevertheless, business as usual. Any other questions that I could entertain at this time?
No, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Appreciate you, Judge Flores.
Thank you.
Thank
For
you.
everything, Judge.
C, city secretary report.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I just wanted to see if anybody was interested in participating. As you know, homecoming is coming up, and we have a scheduled parade for October 1st for the school. And to see if council wanted to participate in the parade. Or if they do, if they wanted to use their own vehicle or to use one of the city vehicles.
You have a trailer, like usual?
We can work on it. With Public Works.
Probably the best way.
October first, right?
It'll be October first, the homecoming parade and bonfire, which is, it starts off with the parade and then it ends with the community pep rally and the bonfire, October first. The parade is at 6:30, so lineup will be at 6 at the football field parking lot, and then it is the same route that we normally do to lead out to back to the field. And I just need to know who's all going to participate, so I can make sure that we have the accommodations for, you know, the candy and a good amount.
But when do you have to know? Today?
No, if, as long as I can be known, be told at least a week before, so that way we can, we're not at the last minute rushing to get decorations and stuff, but I will work with Rudy to get the trailer going, and to have it to pull our council.
I have already signed up to participate in the parade, so we can either combine depending whoever's gonna participate or not. Or, and I can adjust that entry as well as the council.
Okay. And then also, I wanted to see about having a community interaction, with, to see if the city would like to do a, ask local businesses to show their, school spirit amongst homecoming. And if we could gift maybe the business with the most spirit, like a goodie basket or a goodie bag, just to promote good, communication, like community, interaction with the city and its local businesses. I know City of Cotulla has done it, where they ask to show school spirit, and then who has the most spirit, of course, they get 3 people, and those 3 people select the business, and then they give them like a little goodie basket of, you know, just a little something. Nothing too big, nothing too much. It was just an idea, to think maybe we could interact with a local businesses.
Sounds good.
When is homecoming?
Homecoming's October 3rd. October 3rd.
Oh, 2 weeks.
Is
That it?
anything else, Natasha?
And no,
You're good.
that'll be all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
D, City Administration Report.
Last week I met with Margaret Summerby. She's the Executive Director for Texas Coalition for Affordable Power. And just an update, our contract for the purchasing of electricity expires in 2 years. So we're still good with the lower rates for 2 years. And they're working on the future contracts. That will go, I think, till 2032. Last week I met with Eric Sanchez. He's a risk manager advisor with TML IRP regarding cyber liability security. We are covered for approximately $1 million in coverage at a cost of $1,000. So, and that's a new fund that TML set up, and y'all had already approved. It's just a renewal that's coming up. Met with Eli Mendoza, our CPAs from Garza Gonzalez and Associates. Council approved. We already submitted the engagement letter, so they're starting to plan when they come in. As soon as we close the fiscal year, begin the financial audits. Let's see. On the 18th, from Daniel Tejeda, the Executive Director for RCIT Regional Conference Invitation. Are y'all going to that in Pleasanton? They sent out an invitation that's on improving water quality. 2 weeks ago, I believe, I met with Ginger Pastrano. She's a risk manager advisor. She was on site for a claim that we're going back and forth regarding this asset that we had out at the sewer treatment plant. So she came over there, gave us some positive news. We're waiting to hear from her. Been working with Londi Page. She's a strategic account specialist with Spectrum Business. And one of the things that we're reviewing, because we have a library here, we may qualify for the federal government E-rate. So it's a lower rate on internet and cable and all that kind of stuff. So we're looking at that. If we do, then I'll advise later on, but we're gonna have another meeting regarding that. Sabrina Velasquez, she helps with HR. She already confirmed our cybersecurity training. Every year by August 31st, we have to submit any employee that spends more than 25% of their time on a computer that's connected to the internet. We need to get them training and then submit and get that training certified. So she's completed that for us. Last week, we met with Kaylee Saylor, from U.S. Senator John Cornyn's office. She requested a meeting with Mayor Inocencio. I don't know if want to add anything, but she came down, she met with us, talked to us about some programs that she'll get back to us on. She just kind of wanted to, get out here and see how things are going for us. The H2O partners that the county contracted for the hazard mitigation update, they have received the final letter from FEMA that's updated. We're partners in that. And last but not least, from the Texas General Land Office, Aide Gutierrez, she's the grant manager. She's going to have an on-site file review, all the documentation that we're supposed to have to be in compliance. And this is for that $2.1 million new water well grant. So she'll be here next week, I believe, to conduct that. So Natasha and I will have our work cut out for us to get all the documents together. And that's it.
Sir.
Thank you. E, Police Department report.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. So for the police department, I really don't have much to report this month. Y'all received my weekly reports and my monthly reports ahead of today's meeting. I guess the only major things that we're working on is a National Night Out that is just right around the corner. We're working on other events that occurred during the end of the year. The trunk or treat, trick or treating, and the toy giveaway, turkey giveaway, and stuff like that. Of course, we still continue to seek donations from our community so that we can be able to fund those for our community members. If y'all have any other questions, I can answer.
Have you come up with a time and date for that Halloween? Is it gonna get done on Halloween or?
I
Can I
don't
give-
believe so, only because the school district has a football game against Catula, which is a rivalry game. So I know a lot of people won't be in town for the 31st. And then our trunk or treat, we're looking for Wednesday, the 28th,
29.
29th, sorry. But that's separate from the citywide trick or treat.
I'm just asking because I've had a couple of churches reach out and
Okay.
ask.
We're
Yeah,
planning to bring it onto the special meeting so that we can put that out to the community so they know what day we will be having the trick or treat.
Yeah, as soon as mayor and council give me direction, we can post something on our webpage.
So does the city designate a time for trick or treating other than Friday?
It is my understanding that
it can.
mayor and council can designate a date and time for that. So,
And it's more so just to let the community know what day we'd be having trick or treating in the community
Instead of the 31st?
for the alternative date. Yes.
and then October 7th will be our National Night Out. So, and the flyer should be coming out here pretty soon.
I saw the one there at the park already.
Yeah, the announcement posters are up already. We have an actual flyer being designed.
Okay.
Any questions?
Any questions?
Thank you, Chief.
Nope. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Chief. F, Public Works Department report.
Council, if you have any questions on our report, let me know. I just wanted to report that we've been working on a lot of different stuff and we're taking a lot of time in locating the utilities for the fiber people. And that takes a lot of our time. But we're trying our best to go with what we have. So they have hit us several times and we're working on a bill to bill them, to bill the damages and stuff. So that's in the process already. And also, we open it up for bids for the chamber building so we can get some estimated bids. We have one officially. So it's being advertised on the website to take bids, so. Also, if you have any questions, let me know. Street maintenance began, we ordered a bunch of materials so we can start the patching and we can start the scraping.
So that's the Chamber of Commerce building over here at the, what are we gonna do with it? I mean, what are the specs?
Well, all the paneling has to get replaced. We have an issue with the roof. It's getting wet several spaces there, spots. And
So the bidders know what is expected.
we show them and all the damage and stuff. It's just to have a number for y'all to decide if y'all want to go through it or,
But it's just all the bidders know what they bidding on and all bid on the
Yeah.
same thing.
we got a list on the website.
That's
It's gonna be
rain.
It's gonna be a good major project if we decide to do that, but so we'll find out.
What?
It's gonna be a major cost there because it's really damaged. All the paneling have to get replaced, like 5 windows have to get replaced. The roof itself has to get repaired.
Gotta keep it.
The plumbing in the restrooms also has to get replaced, so there's a lot of little stuff there. But we'll keep you posted on the.
I wanted to mention the
Well-
street,
Mhm. Yeah, the scraping and the sweeping and all that.
getting pretty raggedy after the.
Right now, after all this rain we had, we need to catch up on all the patching, the potholes and all that, and then we can start all the cleanup on the sides. Mowing the right of ways, scraping and sweeping, so. Yeah, so we'll try to combine some crews as soon as we get a chance. Because we only got 2 guys on the streets officially. So we need to combine other departments to help out, so.
Mhm.
So other than that, that's it, man.
Thank you, Rudy.
Yeah.
G, Fire Department report. Mr. Gonzalez could not be here with us today. H, Engineering report.
Did he send the list or anything?
No.
Good evening, Mayor and Council.
Good evening.
On this engineering report, we'll have a report on we opened bids on Friday for the sidewalks project that we had been out for bids. We received them on Friday. We went through the contractors and we've already created a tabulation where we're providing for you. We will bring a recommendation with the top three bidders so that the council then may review those. We would like the opportunity to be able to call on the references, check on their background experience, and see what, make a recommendation based on that and then have the council then, if you have any questions from here to our next meeting, so that we can place it as an action item. On this one, we have it as a report item. And this will allow us some time to look into each of the contractors' abilities to perform this type of work and to be able to finance it. And also on the references on previous work that they've submitted as work for themselves. But good news is that we did get 8 bids on this project. So it was a lot of interest, which is good. And so out of the 8, we have 5 that we have 5 that we're able to review, or 6, and then we'll bring you the top 3 for review and consideration. And at this time, we're just presenting it as a report, but we need to do a background check on each of those contractors, and we'll provide it that so you can have it. and be able to study that. And, at the next meeting, we'll bring that up. We do have, I'll just explain real quick. When you look at the tabulation, if you look, let's say at, for example, at contractor, MTL contractor. So at the very top, you have the names of the contractors. So if you go to MTL and then we work our way all the way down to the bottom, you see where we have total base bid. So on the total base bid, that covers all the items and assuming that we're gonna do the project with concrete. So that would be our total base bid. That one right now is one of our, lowest three, right? And so then they're at $204,554.20. And that would be all the items for the exception of the alternative item. The alternative item would be the walking trail with the crushed granite. So if we wanted to consider the crushed granite, then we would go to where it says total alternative bid, which is the third item down from the base bid. And that would be the total of all the items, but switching out the concrete with the crushed granite. So then you look at 204,000 to 169,000. And that's the difference between doing concrete or doing the granite. Well, that's the difference in the cost. But then you also have to consider the maintenance and upkeep of a granite walk path where you get a good rain. We may have to come back and supplement a little bit of granite, or maybe once every, 2-3 years, come back and add a little bit of infill to that. It will have concrete borders if that's the way we choose to go, but you do have the cost. It was pretty close between the concrete and the crushed granite, so the prices are pretty comparable. If you look at the contractor right next to them, Slick City Contractors, their total base on the concrete was 195, and their total alternative bid, which was a crushed granite, was 215. So they have the concrete cheaper than they do the crushed granite. But that way you can see, when you see the alternative, that's the one you want to look at is the very first one and the third one. Those are the two different items. Okay? Do we have any questions from the council at this time? All right,
Thank you.
thank you.
Moving on to item number 10. Information update on Dilley Immigration Center by Jose Rodriguez.
Good evening. Thank you, Mr. Arredondo, Mayor, council members, city secretary, and city attorney for allowing me to be on your agenda tonight. Just wanted to provide you a brief operations and staffing update as far as our facility goes. So our current facility count is sitting at 512. We have 52 adult males, 178 adult females, 282 children, for a total of 192 family units. Our current staffing is sitting at 590 out of 640 positions that we have. So our staffing has been holding up very well. The vacancies that we currently have are records clerk, resident supervisor, administrative clerk, chaplain, mental health therapist, licensed vocational nurse, medical records clerk, and certified medical assistant. As of September 1st, the facility is fully operational, meaning all 5 housing units have been officially opened. All the population has slowly been increasing. It had been hovering at about 300 for a while, and it ultimately increased to what we have today. And it appears that the bed space requests continue to trickle in, but a little more frequently. So we're anticipating the population picking up here in the next few weeks or so. All of our facility services continue to be available to the residents. The services include recreation, religious, library, which include an internet cafe, commissary, barbershop, medical, visitation, courts, asylum, food service, laundry, and an education room where education packets are provided to minors and juveniles in accordance with their respective school grade levels. We also recently purchased some new playscapes and we completed the installation, and I don't need to say those are very popular with the kids, so they're really enjoying them. There have been no major concerns or issues. We are audited monthly by RiverTech and US Advisors, and those are two agencies that ICE contracted to conduct those audits. They're actually scheduled to be on site September 23rd through the 25th for this month's audit. Other than some minor administrative deficiencies, there hasn't been any major deficiencies that they've identified. And the administrative deficiencies have been like our key control staff member hadn't received the required locksmith training yet. And our recreation supervisor did not meet the education requirements, but both of those deficiencies have been resolved. So other than that, there hasn't been anything noted with the operation. We also will be audited same day, September 23rd through the 25th by the Government Accountability Office. We don't really know what to expect because this will be the first time that we've been audited by this agency, but it appears that their focus is on improving the quality of medical care provided to immigrants, both within and outside of detention facilities. So we'll know more next week, obviously, when they come. We do have one high-profile family, and that's the family of the individual. I don't know if everybody's familiar, but there was a Boulder, Colorado incident where Molotov cocktails were thrown at a pro-Israel demonstration. It occurred in early June, and it injured 6 people. We do have the family members of that individual. Aside from routine requests, we've had no major issues with them. They've been fine, so. We've also hosted several facility visits, including Congressman Tony Gonzalez, staffers from Senator Ted Cruz's office, staffers from Senator John Ossoff's office, and staffers from the Appropriations Committee. We also hosted 4 visits from the Flores Legal Counsel, who oversees the Flores Settlement Agreement, which established the national standard for the treatment of minors in ICE custody. It's been a pretty busy reactivation period, but overall, everything appears to be going very well. I can tell you that the staff and the resident climate continues to be very, very positive. So, are there any questions that I can answer for you tonight?
What's the average stay of a immigrant?
So the average length of stay is about 10 days. That's about what it's
in and out all the time.
Yes, sir. They're pretty much in and out. It's been a revolving door per se. And that's kind of what was contributing to our numbers kind of staying low. But now they're starting to pick up, obviously, because of the frequency that they're coming in. Any other questions that I can answer for you all?
No, thank you so much.
So lastly, I did have a gift since Chief Hernandez asked, he shall receive, if I can get him to join me. So I did want to present him with our annual donation to the Law Enforcement Night Out. Thank you. And just thank you for everything that you and your department do. And thank you for the continued support of our facility. So we appreciate it. No, yes. Okay. Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr.
Thank you.
Rodriguez.
Thank you.
Item number 11. Discuss, consider an act on delinquent tax collection report presented by Lineberger Attorneys at Law.
Mayor, we have Maria Alicia Martinez representing Lineberger.
Good evening, Council. I want to thank you all for giving me the opportunity to speak here in front of you all. Once again, my name is Maralicia Martinez, and I'm here on behalf of Lineberger. I'm here to give a summary of the delinquent tax collection activities that our office has provided to the city of Dilley, and the date range that I'll be covering is June 2024 to June 2025. So I'm going to go ahead and start on page 6. And so if you want to follow along, if not, I'm just going to go through it really quickly. So what we have here, just to begin, is a chart of our mass mailing activity. So our firm releases various notices to taxpayers whose taxes are delinquent at a certain time in the year. And so these are standard notices. They're all the same. The only differences are the names, the addresses, the amounts due. And so these can be different things such as a tax lien notice, a notice of legal enforcement, things of that sort. And so the chart here just shows the month that the notices were sent out, the type of letter, the number of letters, and then the dollar amount per the accounts that are referenced in each of the letters. And I'm not going to go through each one specifically. And then if you'll just, the next couple pages are just the examples of what the letters look like. And I'm not going to go through those, but they're there for you to look at if you're curious of what the specifics of the letters that taxpayers are receiving look like. We have a couple examples there. So I'm now on page 14 of the report. And so these are what we call our targeted mailings. And so contrast to the ones that I was discussing previously, these are personalized letters that the firm sends out, just depending on the status of the account, whether it's in litigation, pending litigation, things of that sort. And so these can be various things: enforcement of a judgment, notice that court costs are due. And so we just take a time to look at where the accounts are and do our best to kind of get them all moving forward, just depending where they're at. So these are more specific letters geared towards the specific accounts. And so once again, the chart just shows the time period, the number of the letters, and then the dollar amount that is included within the letters that were sent out. And now on page 15, this just goes through our taxpayer assistance that our firm offers. So we are very much wanting and encouraging taxpayers to reach out to our office if they have any questions, should they have any concerns, if they receive a letter, if they feel that they should not have received a letter, things of that sort. And so we have an entire staff there, both English, Spanish speakers, who can take both phone calls and walk-in visits by taxpayers at any time that our office is open. And so these just show the outbound collection calls that were made, the month, the number of accounts, and then the dollar amount for said accounts. And so those are all of the outbound collection calls that we made for the last year. And then the following page, page 16, is just the inbound correspondences. So this is a mixture of both phone inquiries and taxpayer walk-ins. And so we see a little bit more of that with the Bexar County taxpayers just because of distance, but we do have some that come, and so that just breaks that down. And it doesn't go into which were phone and which were walk-in, but it just gives you a total there and then the dollar amount for the inquiries. And now on page 17, these are the, this discusses payment arrangements. And so one of the first things we like to do when we do get to talk with the taxpayers is if they aren't able to pay in full, we highly encourage them to set up a payment arrangement with the tax office. And once that is set and we see that they're current on those payments and we get confirmation from the tax office, we will then halt whatever stage of the process our office is at, and we'll just monitor that so long as they stay current on that plan. For our bigger cases and our business personal property cases that are larger, we can within internally put them on a sort of payment plan if we know they have 2 or 3 large checks coming in, and we can organize that on a case-by-case basis. But so that's what those are listed here. So these are the payment arrangements internally within our office in that amount. And but we also have keep in contact directly with the Frio County Tax Office to make sure what payment arrangement is made and when. And now we are kind of coding those inactive cases because they, as long as they make their payments, we are not going to move forward on whatever point in litigation we're at. And so now on page 18, this is just a little breakdown of some of the research that we conduct. And so I'm not going to go through the specifics of it, but it's just, once again, the time period and then the number of accounts. So we have a team, an entire research personnel that have access to certain search engines. And if we need to find a deed or we need to find an error or something of that sort, they'll go ahead and run those searches for us to make sure that everyone's included properly in the suit before we move forward. We want to make sure we're not missing any parties that need to be included. And now on page 19, this is just more specific research. So this is title research. And so prior to filing the lawsuit, we'll request an abstract of title from our abstractors. And we just want to ensure if there are any lien holders that they're enjoined in the lawsuit before we move forward. And so that's just a breakdown there, the amount of titles requested, and then those that we actually received back. And now here on page 20, I'm moving into the litigation. So now this is the suits that we've actually filed. And so from June 2024 to June 2025, a total of 10 suits were filed for a dollar amount of $38,480.85. And so that's just that breakdown there for you. And those are just the ones within that time period, not the ones that were previously filed. So then on page 21, I have the trial judgments and release of judgments. And so these are a breakdown of once the suit has been filed and there was either no answer or we were able to enter the judgment. And so that just breaks down the number of judgments entered, the amount, and then the release of judgments. And so usually a release of judgment, it means that the taxes were paid in full, and we'll go ahead and release that judgment since there's nothing else owed. And so that's just a breakdown there. And so a total of 10 judgments for a total dollar amount of $44,982.91 with 3 release of judgments. And now on page 22, these are just breakdowns of motion and order for an attorney ad litem. And so depending on the type of suit, if there's a deceased defendant, things of that sort, we will go ahead and request that the court appoint an ad litem to that case to ensure that every party is properly represented. And so for the time range listed, we had 3 appointments for a total of $7,026.38. And then below that is a breakdown of the tax sales in the last calendar year. So it's showing the September 2024 sale and the May 2025 sale. We had a total of 6 properties set, 2 sold, 3 struck off, and then 1 that was canceled because payment was made. And then this is just a breakdown of the whole process I just explained. And then really briefly on page 24 are the bankruptcy filings. So as of June of this year, the city of Dilley has 0 accounts involved in active bankruptcy, but we just left those in the city of Pearsall just for reference if you have any interest, but just thought we would include that either way. And then now I'm going to move on to page 26, and these are the collection results. And so we have a breakdown for the years 2021 all the way up to the current year. And the latest information as of this year is just of June. And so we're still waiting to get the final numbers from the tax office for July and August. But so I only have half the year for this year, but we're currently at short of $70,000 just for only half the year. And then it shows the breakdowns from the previous years there for you to see just in comparison. And then finally, here on page 27 is the analysis of our firm's collection performance. So I'll go ahead and explain this one in a little bit more detail. So listed here are years 2021, 2022, and 2023. And the second column is the percentage turnover. So this is the percentage that's been collected when the tax roll was released to us and the tax office gives us those numbers. And so we do our best to get that number as close to 100% as we possibly can. However, it's sometimes impossible for us to do that because there are certain exemptions that make it impossible for us to collect on certain accounts and things, military exemptions, homestead, over 65, things of that sort. But everything that isn't within that, we do our very best to collect to make sure we get that number as close to 100% collected. So for 2021, the turnover rate was 89.4%, and we now have that at 97.2. 2022, it was 92.8, and we now have that at just short of 97%. And then for 2023, it was given to us at 91.2, and we are currently at 95.7. And so as the years progress, we get closer and closer to that 100%. But that's just a breakdown there from the start to where we're at right now. So that is going to conclude my presentation. And I just want to thank you all again for giving me the opportunity to speak here in front of all of you. If you have any questions at all over anything I presented, or if any questions arise later on, please do not hesitate to reach out to our office and we will be more than happy to answer all of those for you. But once again, thank you all so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Item number 12, discuss, consider, and act on E3 Design Build Contractors Water Infrastructure Solutions.
Mayor and Council, we have Larry Jones to speak on this item. Let's get him.
Mayor and Council, thanks for having me today. I do have a short little, about 8-minute, 13 slide PowerPoint. It's really just a guide to have me follow. So at any time, jump in, ask questions. Give it a second. I can go ahead and start since you guys have the paper and copies. So really the agenda tonight, I'm going to do a quick little introduction, go through some trends that we saw here, some potential solutions, and then an action plan on how to move forward. Next slide. So this is slide 3. My name is Larry Jones. I'm with E3. We're a design build contractor. We are a partner with the University of Houston College of Engineering's Public Water Initiative. And that all being said the University of Houston is trying to figure out a ways to offset. The state of Texas is projected to be in a 30% water shortfall by 2070. And so they're looking for ways to get us out of that. And we're their design build partner of choice. Next slide, we're going to go through some quick trends that we see out here. Next page. You guys have, the city does have a very high water loss, we've been told. We know the main source of it, or a big source of it, has been identified, but there's plenty more out here to find. So originally, when we first came out, met with Henry and Rudy, it was above a 50% water loss. So for every 2 gallons that you pump, you're losing 1. So that is high. I'll show you in a minute your overall water and sewer revenue trend is trending down, and that's taken into account population, a slight decrease, and then also the camp. So that's all factored in there. It's still trending down. You have some older technology, your well production. So these are all things that we're going to talk about tonight. And then, of course, like almost every small city in Texas, you don't have a whole bunch of money sitting in the bank waiting to upgrade infrastructure. So that is a challenge also. Next slide. So really, that may be hard to see, but what it's telling you is we looked at the past 10 years of your water and sewer revenue. And right now, this past year in 24 was your lowest of capturing water and sewer revenue. So last year, if you took the average of the past 10 years, you're $200,000 below the average for last year. And then from the peak, you're over $300,000 off the peak. And so this could be a number of factors. It's not just one factor. And so basically what we're saying is, and we'll talk about it at the end, but our goal would be on the next step is to identify the 2, 3, 4 reasons why that could be trending down. And the example I told the mayor earlier is we're working over at Floresville, and they saw the same thing. Despite higher rates and a population growth a little bit, they were seeing that they can trend down. And so they have over 2,000 water meters, and we were able to identify the 224 meters out of the whole bunch that needed to be switched out. It wasn't a wholesale change there, but that's the level of detail that we're going into. Next slide. That's your well production. So some of your wells have fallen off in production, and that could be anything from, well, a lot of times what it is just over time, the scale build up, it slows everything down. And because it's the maintenance on wells, people usually wait till it falls about 60% 40% off because it's such a production to take it apart, scrub it, pour all the acid down there. So people wait to do that. There is some new technology out there that you could drip down and not have to take it apart, not have to go offline, and it would decalcify those wells and get your production back up. Next slide. So next slide, sorry. Potential solutions for those 3 items. It could be some kind of combination of this, and this is what we would look at. It could be smart meters, sensors, some AI analytics. The bicarbis, that's just what I was talking about. The other big benefit of bicarbis, a lot of people, what they're doing is it's a hydrogen molecule that goes into the water distribution. And what it does is it descales all the pipes. So it takes all that buildup out of the pipes, and what it allows you to do. So that's where all the germs and all that bacteria is hiding. So what the other benefit of that is you can cut way back on your chemicals because it's not the chlorine and ammonia and phosphates that you're putting in there. It doesn't need it all now because there's no scale buildup in the pipes. So that's another benefit of the bicarbis. Also, you're talking about portals. So those are all things that we can look at to help with the water loss, the water and sewer revenue fall off. And really what we do it on a program that is called what we call performance rebuilding. That's where you can get a project like this done up front, no upfront capital, and you pay for it out of the savings that the project generates or the increased revenue or a combination of both. One of the examples is a recent project out in East Texas, Timpson. They were able to pull back their chemical use about 85%. So from just the chemical use pullback, they were able to fund about $910,000 worth of infrastructure upgrades. Here, next slide. If you look at the potential here, if you were to do everything, the project would be under about $2 million, and that's just a rule of thumb. But if you were able to get back to your average water and sewer revenue and the savings on the chemicals, it could generate about $11.2 million in positive cash flow. So there's definitely an incentive to find the water loss and to find the water and sewer revenue. And so really the outcome of all of it, next slide, is the benefits of descaling of the pipes is you're talking about having bottled water, quality water. Also, that bacteria that is on those pipes, that's what's eating, it's looking for food. So it's eating those pipes. And that's what there's a lot of cause of leaks. That is a large cause of leaks is the scale on the pipes. But the other outcome is the increased water revenue, some budget savings, pull back your chemical cost. Maybe it's the meter readers, or that could be a better use of manpower, and really a use of less water. And so that's a big deal these days. Even if you look not too far away, they're talking about Mathis, the city of Mathis, being out of water by Christmas. So there is a big thing in Texas about water. And then the other part is predictive budgets. You can stop the emergencies or get out in front of them. So really the action plan, what we're asking tonight is if you're interested in us taking a look at and trying to find some solutions for those two items. So, any questions?
I have a question. I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
What does it cost to do it? There's no numbers or anything on this.
Yes, ma'am. So that's part of the University of Houston program. They're gonna pick up the cost for us to do the investigation.
Oh.
Anything to add in regarding?
Yeah, so I met them, they're working with City of Lawrenceville. And but this wouldn't cost us anything, but what they're asking for is authorization to be able to explore in more detail, what he's talked about.
So really, your investment would be the time of your staff to help us do the
To
investigation.
gather the information that's needed. Anybody?
And then they would come back with solutions. And then on those solutions, then, you'd have to act upon, to see, if you have to put a bid out there.
Yeah, so we would come back with a menu of items and say, hey, here's scope cost savings, and you could pick what you want. And then you would, actually, we would do, you could select us off the buy board.
So if we're losing 50% of water we're producing, I think it's a good study to do. To see where we're losing that revenue. That's revenue, that's our main source of revenue, the water source.
Correct.
Guess I make a motion to allow them to explore and do a test that they need to.
We have a motion by Councilmember Place 2, Eric Aranda. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Second by Councilmember Place 1, Everardo Castillo. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes.
Thank y'all.
Thank you so much.
Have a good night.
Number 13. Discuss, consider, and act on gas utility ordinance by Jeff Snowden.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Jeff Snowden with CapEx Resources. Glad to be of service. Prepared your water wastewater rate study last year and you adopted a 5-year series of rate increases. As a consequence of that, I've been asked to look at your natural gas rates and also your solid waste rates. And tonight I'd like to discuss the natural gas rate recommendations with you. Got a series of slides. I'll move through them quickly, but I'm glad to slow down and answer questions at any time.
So this is to establish the rates that the information you gave us last time on the gas, right?
It is, yes, sir. Yes, sir. This is the presentation, and then depending on your feedback, if you tell me to proceed, my next move would be to return with an ordinance for your consideration, similar to what we did with water wastewater. Testing. Is that coming through? I'm going to proceed unless they have any other initial questions. Pardon me?
Yeah, we have the.
Yeah, we already have an ordinance on.
Okay, you do have the rate ordinance? Okay. It's been since July since I did this, so it's a busy time, but we'll run through it. This is a quick summary of your financial performance, just of the natural gas rates, the natural gas system. And what I want to point out to you is you've grown your operating revenues very slightly from 207,000 in 22 to 210,000, so less than half of 1%. In the meantime, your operating expenses for personnel has grown by about 8% a year. So you've got a flatline revenue, expenses are growing. Then on the operations and maintenance side, I highlighted a few things that I've made some adjustments on, capital improvements, and then the gas purchase for resale. I looked at your West Texas gas billings. Looks like that's overstated by about $20,000, so I made that adjustment. But this is really your picture. You're for 25 on track for $210,000 of revenue and $267,000 in expense. So that's really the challenge. How do we resolve that in light of what's happening with your system and the loss of your connections, which I'll get to next. This is a quick summary of your purchased gas. The gentleman just talked about unaccounted for water losses. Same thing, more so on your gas system. So if you'll look there in 24, you can see that furthest column to the right, you only sold, so you, of all the gas that you purchased from your wholesaler, you only sold about 63% of that, the rest being unaccounted for gas. And if you look back, I've actually done your natural gas rates going back, I think 15 years. And if you look in 2010 and 2011, your loss factor was 85% in 2010, 89%. That's how much you sold. So you only lost 15% in 2010 and 11% in 2011. What does that mean if you were to return to that level of sales? That would add about $65,000 a year of revenue. That would solve a lot of problems if you were to isolate those accounts that I suspect might be getting free service. I'll just tell you anecdotally, we did this similar thing in Carrizo Springs earlier this year. We had the Encode billing system generate a list of, in an exception report, a list of customers that were only getting billed for the minimum charge over a 12-month period. The question being, why would you pay for gas if you're not using any with a 0 meter reading? Answer is you're probably getting something. Carrizo generated a list of 58 customers, one being the McDonald's, that had never gotten a gas bill over 20 years. And so we were able to bring that loss down. I think that y'all will have the same outcome here. And I've had good conversations with Mr. Arredondo and also with Franny about how we can proceed with that same effort. But some opportunities to bring the system back up to self-sufficient state where you don't have to subsidize it. I'm going to proceed. Firm billing. This is a billing system where we sell the gas in MMBTUs instead of MCFs. The gas you buy wholesale has got different MMBTU. In fact, it's got different energy level. If it's high MMBTU, it takes less of it to boil water or dry clothes, so they use less even though they're getting the same amount of energy. So we transitioned you to the therm billing last rate study. History of account growth. This is important. Look at residential inside city limits. 2010, you served 340 residential gas customers in the city. 2025, you're on track for 226. You've lost almost, 114 customers. So you have customers, and by the way, the gentleman who presented on the immigrant detention facility, that's new, isn't it? Are they connected to gas? If they are, that would be wonderful. And that's still going to help our water, wastewater, I assume, with all those new detainees. Okay. So you have a market decline in your gas customers on the residential inside city limits. Commercial is actually strong, about 31 accounts versus 14 back in 2010. But that's our challenge, especially when we consider raising rates. How do we raise rates in a smooth way that doesn't add to the momentum of people disconnecting? And that's why I have not been as aggressive in the recommendations as I could have been, because I certainly don't want to exacerbate the departures from the system. I'm going to proceed. Okay, this is a comparison in fiscal 24 of how much gas each customer used as a percentage of the whole versus how much revenue they paid in as a percentage of the whole. Let's look at residential. I have them in green. They paid in 47% of the revenue. They used 30.5% of the gas. So I have them green because they're providing a subsidy. Who's receiving the subsidy? Well, commercial inside city limit paid in 47% of total revenue. They use almost 60% of the gas. Dilley Feed and Grain is a special class because they're such a large user. They paid in 5% of the revenue. They used 9.8% of the gas. And Mr. Arredondo, is this the right time to brief them on our efforts to correct those bills, or are they already aware that we've resolved that?
Yeah, you can brief them.
Yes, Dilley Feed and Grain, I believe, had a faulty meter, and they approached the city for some backdating and correction of billings, which I assisted with, and I think that has been resolved as of maybe last May. So that's resolved, but they are a very large user, and we want to make sure and recover the right amount of revenue from them. I'm going to proceed. This is your current natural gas rate structure. And what you can see is outside city limits get a 1.5 times premium. Why do we charge them more? Similar to water, wastewater. They pay no city property taxes, and it costs you more to extend service outside city limits. It's very defendable to charge them that premium. And I'm suggesting you continue with that premium. Okay. Here's your residential inside city limit snapshot of the trends from 2010 through 20. Let's stop at 24. 2025 is an incomplete year. But you can see there in the middle column, 340 accounts using about 1,700 MCFs a month. I meant to say 1,700 cubic feet. Now let's look at 24. 340 counts becomes 237. And 1,700 cubic feet a month drops to 1,110. So much fewer customers using much less gas. I will concede you might have much fewer customers, but 1,110 cubic feet is very low. Cotulla's at 1,600, Pearsall's at 1,400, Carrizo's around that level. That leads me to believe there might be some issues with your gas meters. And that would explain the large unaccounted for gas when I compare wholesale purchase to meter sales. Some opportunities to generate revenue by identifying those bad meters, getting those upgraded. Here's your gas rate comparison. This is with no purchase gas included. You can see here that you're 2 ticks from the very bottom. And incidentally, it's interesting, both Cotulla and Three Rivers that are below you are my clients, and both of them have adopted 5-year rate plans in the last 12 months. So they'll actually be ahead of you now. So you'll be the cheapest. So certainly a lot of room to make adjustments on residential rates and still offer a good value. The trick is how to do that without increasing the number of gas customers that ask for disconnected service. This is at 2,000 cubic feet, and really the same story. Y'all are toward the end. Pearsall's also a client. They just adopted a 5-year rate plan. So Divine is not, but besides that, yeah, you'll be well below the peer group average as you are currently. This is a snapshot of your commercial activity. In 2010, there were 14 customers using 11,600 cubic feet a month. 2024, there were 29 customers using 17,600 cubic feet a month. So if you think back to residential, consumption dropped. Same time period in the commercial, consumption increased quite a bit. Again, it leads me to believe that you've got some meter issues and potentially some free riders getting free service on the residential. How do you stack up with your peer group on your commercial rates? This is at 10,000 cubic feet. You are 2 ticks above the peer group average. Again, reminding you that many in the peer group have already embarked on a 5-year rate increase. 20,000 cubic feet, again, 2 ticks above the average, with many in the peer group implementing rate increases. This is your 5-year pro forma, assuming you do not raise rates. If you were to leave the current rates in place and assuming the trends and growth in your operating maintenance costs and other items, continue on the path that we've studied, you're looking at in 26 about $125,000 deficit that grows to 173,000 by 2030. So under that course, you would either have to subsidize the gas system with other utility rates like water, wastewater, or from ad valorem taxes. It would not be standalone. This is the same pro forma, but adding the cost of purchased gas. As a reminder, your purchased gas should be a pass-through. Every bill you get from West Texas Gas each month should be paid in full when you collect the rates from the customers. The rates are designed to pass those through. These are my proposed rates for residential with no purchased gas. I'll talk about the rates with purchased gas next. And I'm going to focus on, do you see up top, average consumption 1,127 cubic feet? And then below that, the winter average 2,121 cubic feet. Winter is December, January, February when it's cold and they use more gas. So let's look at 1,000 cubic feet. They're currently $23.12. And I'm recommending that go up by $2.21 in October. So 23.12 becomes 25.33. And then each October thereafter for the next 5 years, they will tick up an average $2.36. For the users that are 2,000 cubic feet, that number is about $3.30. Very modest. Again, designed not to compel any of your customers to disconnect gas. You've had enough of that. Where would you sit in 2030 if you were to implement these rate increases? You can see, assuming the peer group raises their rates by 5%, you would still be right at the peer group average. Very defendable, affordable rates, a good value. This is the full impact of the rates, including purchased gas. So for 1,000 cubic foot, you're looking at about $2.82. 2,000, about $4.23. I think that your average consumptions are out 1,600 once you fix the meter issues. Okay. Proposed commercial. I'm going to focus on 20,000 cubic feet. We're asking you to consider an average $18.45 increase. So $178 currently moves to $194 October 1 to $211 October 1 of 26, etc. That pushes you up toward the higher end of the peer group, forecasted out to 2030, although many in the peer group have either implemented rate increases or evaluating rate increases, which will most likely bring you back to the middle. Okay. This is just the impact of the commercial rates with purchased gas. About a $27.80 increase on the average 20,000 cubic foot customer. Okay. Now this is the last slide. This is your pro forma, assuming you adopt these rates. And I want you to, if you would, please focus on 2030. What this shows is a deficit of $137,000. But I'd like you to keep a couple of things in mind. Number one, if we bring your unaccounted for gas back to 2010-11 levels, that number drops by $65,000. Number two, the capital outlays that you have, $63,000, as lean as your gas system is, I don't know that you want to continue on the path of a $65,000 a year capital outlay. It depends on what the Railroad Commission right now is requiring you to replace a certain number of linear feet of lines each year. And that number will drive that partially. But ultimately, with these rates and with a managed capital outlay each year, you can bring this, and of course, with a reduction in unaccounted for gas, you can bring this system back to a self-sufficient. It's not going to generate tremendous amount of surplus revenue, but it should be able to stand on its own after the 5-year transition. With respect to next steps, non-rate revenue opportunities. What are non-rate revenues? I don't see anything in the budget currently for late charges for gas. I think it's all going to water sewer. I would encourage you to consider shifting some of the late charges to gas. connection fees, tap fees, after hours, disconnect, reconnect, all those fees that the water wastewater system generates are also appropriate to charge on to your gas customers. A big one, identify no charge gas accounts. I'm glad to work with Franny to identify those, and from there it would just be a matter of tasking staff to pick a list of 5 or 6 a week and go out and see if they're actually receiving gas. And if they are, the statute allows you to go back, I believe it's, I'll defer to your counsel, but I believe it's 3 years in arrears to pursue those gas billings. So that would help your system. We have confirmed that you're billing in hundreds of cubic feet and that you're converting to MMBTUs. Verify your actual wholesale gas costs. I've addressed that. It was a little overstated in the budget. And it's my job to take any comments y'all have, direction tonight, and incorporate them into the study and then modify the ordinance if y'all desire. And then ultimately you would want to advise your ratepayers and then consider the ordinance. Glad to answer any questions.
Thank you for taking your time to come down here and. present
Glad to
this.
be of service, and we'll see y'all very soon to talk about solid waste.
Consider that at $60,000 a year in capital outlay, that will not solve the problem. It'll cost us something like 21 million to replace the lines. Not even, then that's not even taking into account the meters. So pretty desperate.
The Railroads Commission is putting that same pressure on all the systems. No one has the money to, that's what's called an unfunded mandate.
Yeah.
Replace this many feet of pipe every year when you're already upside down. Yes, sir, I understand. It's a tough thing to do. Just know that y'all aren't, everyone else is trying to navigate the same thing. Plus, they're trying to fine you for unaccounted for gas, or have they levied any fines? Henry, I don't believe they have, or have they hit you with any fines for unaccounted for gas losses?
No, I don't think so.
Yeah, they're hammering Pearsall for that right now.
Okay. So anyway, this ordinance will institute the rate, the information you got last time to increase this over the next 5 years.
5 years.
Yes, sir. It would make the first series of rate increases effective October 1, so you would update your billing system thereafter, and the next bills received probably around November 15th would.
And there's time to update the software between now and then?
Yes, sir. I'll work with Franny to update the rate tables as I did with the water wastewater.
Sounds good.
Thank you.
Thank y'all. I'm going to bring you back this HTMI.
Thank you. Okay. Well, definitely good information. We do have the ordinance in here, so if there's no further discussion on this item, if I could please have a motion.
Mayor, I move that we approve ordinance number -25 -1609, an ordinance of the city of Dilley, Texas. Amending ordinance number 15 04 14, adopting new utility rates for natural gas, increasing minimum charges and volumetric rates each year from October 25 through October 2029 at the levels indicated in the rate tables provided within the ordinance. Set rate increases to automatically go into effect on October 1st, 2025, and for each subsequent year thereafter through October 2029, unless the city council takes action to revise this ordinance, authorizing the mayor to order the implementation of the amended rate schedule within and without the city declaring a public purpose, providing a repealer, providing for servability, and setting an effective date.
I have a motion on the table, but Councilmember Place 4, Ray Aranda. Do I have a second?
I second.
Second by Councilmember Place 2, Eric Aranda. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Any opposed? Motion passes. Item number 14. Discuss, consider, and act on service provider agreement between the city of Dilley VFD, and the Frio County ESD #1 for fire protection.
Mayor and Council, the chief is out on a funeral out of the county. He was not able to be here. But this is the annual contract that we've seen before. It's for the ESD, the Frio County ESD one. Yeah.
Who is our representative on the board?
On the board. I met him one day, but he came to the office. I don't recall his name.
Let's see.
Let's see.
Was it Mr. Starnes that went, was it?
It's not,
No,
Ed?
it's,
No.
it's
from Moore? He's not from Moore?
no, he's from this area. I just don't recall his name.
You know how much we get from the ESD?
It's believe last year was 150, this year's 155,000. Annual budget funds, the district agrees to provide funds as budgeted by the city service provider in the amount of 155,000, subject to an itemized accounting and approval by the district board of commissioners.
We should find out who their representative is and maybe whoever it is, make sure he's go attending and
We have the president Chico Hines, Royce Starnes, secretary treasurer, Linda Parsons. Okay.
Yeah, it's Royce, Mr. Starnes has been on there for quite a while.
Yeah.
He's from here, but Chico Hines is also from here.
does he live here?
Chico,
Chico lives here in Dilley?
he lives in the area. That's the rate.
I
don't know.
That's really, I don't think they have designated I mean, it's just by people on the board.
Mhm. But I think it's divided and the county is divided and each part of the county, I don't know if they're elected or appointed, and if we should find out
Disappointed.
Yeah, the county.
if we're appointed, who appoints them?
County commissioners.
The county commissioners?
2-year term.
So we can.
Find out when.
Mhm.
Hey, do we have any other questions regarding the agreement? And if we don't, if I could please have a motion?
Mayor, move that we approve the service provider agreement. This is with, between the city of Dilley Volunteer Fire Department and Rio County Emergency Service District #1 for fire protection.
We have a motion on the table by Councilmember Place 4, Ray Aranda. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilmember Place 5, Rudy Alvarez. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Item number 15, discuss, consider, and act on agreement between the city of Dilley and Orgain Technology.
Mayor.
He's out, he's right?
What's that?
He just got operated, correct? Mr. Oligan?
Mr. Organ, yeah. So at last council meeting, was asked to bring this back if he was able to negotiate, because the price was, I believe, 32 or 34,000. So we did talk to him, and on average, the past 3 years, IDMA did a detailed listing. On average, we've been spending $20,000, $19,600 to $20,000 with him. And so he did bring his price down to 28,000. And he did say if, yeah, if you don't want to go with him, that he'll still provide the service until the 31st of December. And then you can, and then he'll be out.
He won't, but he won't work on a per.
No,
So this contract covers anything that can go wrong with him
yeah,
at a 30% increase.
yeah.
Do we have an alternative?
We do have an alternative. We did speak with, Chris, but he's a full-time employee with the Dilley ISD. And, he did, say he could, help us.
Yeah. But if we have an emergency,
Yeah, that's,
we haven't.
Disagreement, I mean, we can get out of it at any time, right? It's
yeah,
just,
that was the, it was an easy out.
so I mean, if, I mean, it doesn't hurt to go into it. If it doesn't work out, we can close it out at the.
Well, it'll work out. Mr. Holguin is good. It's gonna cost us more, but I don't know if we have a real choice, so. Just until we do, we're sort of stuck with Mr. Holguin.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, so let's enter it, but I think this is just the way it's gonna be.
Mhm. We can seek other avenues if it's not working for us. Okay, if there's no further discussion,
What's the turnaround for a call? Whenever something's down or
I guess Rudy would, have more experience with that. But what's your experience with when you call Tony that, hey, something's wrong, he needs to help us? I know I've called him and he's got the capability to log in from anywhere. And, as long as I give him access, he's able to work on the computer. 5 hours.
But with this new thing that he's doing, can he want to just focus on take on less responsibility from other cities?
Yeah.
So his response should be less because he's doing less work, right?
Correct, yeah.
Well, he'll do good work. I have confidence that he'll do good work and he does prioritize your problem depending on the circumstances.
Yeah.
So no, I have no problem with Mr. Holguin. It's the price. But like I said, it's
yeah, we can have Mr. Arredondo discuss those.
stuck with it.
You can discuss with him our concerns and so forth.
Well,
moving
we
forward.
already did, didn't we?
Yeah.
Mhm.
And he.
Well, I mean, the other thing is that's already including travel costs and he's not, so.
So it
Yes.
includes anything, no matter how many trips he makes?
Yeah, the only thing when let's say he needs to order some software or a patch or some supplies.
That would be a separate cost.
Yeah, we've always paid for those.
Well, yeah, of course.
So I mean, when you
These are
look
just
at,
for service.
when you look at other costs, I mean, if we hire a company from San Antonio or wherever else, that, travel time alone is gonna be greater.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So I think this is our best, probably our best route. But we can't do without an IT.
No, we can't.
Hmm?
That we can't do without an IT.
oh no.
Without an IT.
Or like right now that he's out, will Chris be able to help out whenever he needs to come in?
Well, we'll utilize him first. I mean, Chris has helped out. He's set up all this up here, and so he does help us on certain situations.
Okay. Mayor, if there's no further question, I move that we approve the agreement between the city of Dilley and Holguin Technology as presented.
Motion on the table by Councilmember Place 4, Ray Aranda. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilmember Place 3, Alicia Machado. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
So we have four for the motion and 1 opposed. One opposed by Councilmember Place 1, Everardo Castillo. Motion passes 4-1. Item number 16, discuss, consider, and act on notice of Dilley ISD for SRO termination with the city of Dilley.
So Mayor and Council, we received the letter from Dilley Independent School District, it's September the 2nd. Dear City of Dilley, on behalf of Dilley ISD, I would like to extend our heartfelt thanks to the city of Dilley for the invaluable partnership we've shared over the past few years. Working alongside the city has been an incredible experience, and we are thankful for your help in partnering with us to make sure we had 2 SROs. After the Commissioners Court in Frio County this past week, it was decided that all 3 of our SROs will be all under Frio County. This change will take effect today, September the 2nd, 2025. Once again, thank you for your continued partnership. We look forward to the opportunity to collaborate again in the future and to continue building on the positive relationship that we have created together. Sincerely, Kelly DeBose, Dilley ISD Superintendent.
Okay.
This
Any
one,
questions?
the interlocal agreement here allowed either party to terminate with 30 days notice. So since they sent this letter, y'all's action would really be just to accept the termination notice.
We don't have to act on it?
Yes.
That's what you said?
I would go ahead and act on it just to formalize that y'all received it.
To accept the letter or to?
Just to
Accept
accept
the term.
notice of termination of the interlocal with Dilley ISD.
Okay. I move that we recognize the notice of termination on our agreement with the Dilley ISD considering the SRO.
Motion on the table by Councilmember Place 5, Rudy Alvarez. Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Second by Councilmember Place 3, Alicia Machado. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Item number 17, discuss, consider, and act on update bids for requests for qualifications for legal services.
Mayor and Council, we did advertise for a request of qualifications for legal services. We received one package.
Have you contacted any of the other establishments?
No, I didn't contact anybody.
You think it's a good idea since we haven't gotten much of a response?
If council directs me to, I can.
Yeah, it's definitely up to council
Mhm.
to decide how y'all want to move forward. We do only have one. I'm sorry that it's taking a while to open.
Who is it?
I am opening it now.
And I'm happy to give you all the whole presentation if you want.
So we do have one bid, one RFQ available presented to City of Dilley from law offices of Davidson, Trolio, Ream, and Garcia.
I can let you.
Sorry, Garza.
You mentioned the main difference. I'm aware of their Molly Solis. As you know, she's was elected county attorney.
Can you speak a little louder, please?
As you know, Molly Solis was elected county attorney, and she has since recently resigned from our firm, so she can focus on that full time. And so the change really in our pitch proposal this time compared to last time is that I would be the primary point of contact and attending those meetings and working with Mr. Redondo to prep meetings and all of that. But you'd still, of course, have access to the full firm, just like y'all always had in terms of an employment issue comes up or there's real estate or whatever. We've got attorneys that do all of that work.
I propose that we extend the time for requesting bids and that you make inquiries on other firms. There's a lot out there.
Procedurally, the way this would work is until y'all. I mean, we're gonna continue serving the city until there's either termination of our contract with y'all or obviously we name a new firm, right? Then part of that will be terminating the old contract. But as far as this RFP goes, it's already, this one's kind of already played out. So the way to, if you wanted to go out again, the way to do it would be to issue a fresh RFP with fresh instructions for other places to advertise or more outreach to get more candidates, that kind of thing.
Okay, so for now,
Thank you for that advice.
the council decides we take no action and then we do another RFP.
That would be the way.
That would be the,
Okay.
and council, this is the second time that we've gone out for RPs and we don't receive any others as well.
Last time we had
Last time we had
five different entities. But we left.
Five different firms.
Yeah.
I move that we take no action and that we go out for an RFP again.
I have a motion on the table by Councilmember Place 5, Rudy Alvarez.
And I was also just add, this is, since it's a professional services agreement, you don't actually have to do an RFP or an RFQ. If the city identified someone that, you know, would rather have as your attorney, you can just engage them directly. It doesn't have to be through the RFP process.
But we have to take no action to reject the offer or?
Well, since the only response is your current city attorney, yeah, you don't need to take any action, but we'll continue serving y'all. If you want to issue a fresh RFP or bring someone in for interviews, like I said, it doesn't have to be through the RFP process. If y'all know
We don't have to go out for RFP?
Not for professional services. It's similar like an auditor. It's a good practice, but if it's
I think we should.
not getting the results you want, you can just call up different law firms and tell them to come interview if they want to. I mean, it doesn't have to be through the RFP process.
But what's the purpose of us seeking you?
For me, I think we can, I've had some difficulties with the firm and I don't have confidence in, what was her name? Molly, I just didn't have any
Well,
confidence in her attention that she was
He
giving.
stated
the
earlier
city.
she's no.
And the last time, our present attorney insulted me by telling me to be silent.
It wasn't.
We're not paying him to run the meeting, we're paying him to give us legal advice.
It wasn't in that way.
The
One at a time.
process.
What?
Who would like to speak?
Go ahead.
I said, I didn't see it in that way, sir. He didn't tell you to get silent or
No, he
be
did.
quiet
tell
or
me. I
anything like
heard
that.
it. I mean, I'm hard of hearing, but I did see, I did hear that.
He didn't mean it that
He
way.
said, if you will be silent, we can continue with the meeting.
I do apologize if that was misconstrued.
I accept your apology, but I
meant-
think
I
it's,
said-
I don't think it's, enough. I'm sorry. I expect more professionalism and like I said, I just don't have confidence in the advice we're getting. And not from you because you were just be here. You were just started here, but, from Molly.
Well, I guess she's no longer in the picture, right? Molly?
Yes. Yes, she resigned, as far as I know, effective at the end of August, so.
So there's a motion.
Is there any
right?
further discussion? Yes,
The
there is
motion
a
is
motion
to
on the
take no
table
action,
by
and that we
Councilmember
read
Place
that
5, Rudy Alvarez.
That we go out for.
Do I have a second?
What was the motion? What was the
The motion was,
To take no
To take no
action
action.
and to go out
I'll
for
go out
another
for new
RFP.
RFPs.
And at this time, put a little effort into getting people to apply.
I said that.
We have second by Councilmember Place 4, Ray Aranda. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Okay, can you raise your hand if you're for?
4.
4?
No.
Any opposed?
It's up to you, Mayor.
2 and 2.
Okay, anyway, I mean, it
Okay,
doesn't
so-
go through. But you just heard it, we don't have to take that action.
Okay, we're voting
So,
on this.
we'll put it on the agenda for next time, I guess, to authorize Mr.
So we have a,
Well, it's a tie.
So it's a tie, you gotta vote now.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, the
Yes.
mayor.
I'm sorry.
I will vote against.
So now we could put a new motion, correct?
You can.
All right. I'd like to motion,
If there is any motion, yes, I would ask for a second motion.
I'll go ahead and motion on accepting the RFQs from Davidson, Troilo, Ream and Garza.
Motion by Councilmember Place One, Everardo Castillo. Do I have a second?
I second that.
Second by Councilmember Place Two, Eric Aranda. All in favor?
Aye.
Raise your
Aye.
hand, all in favor? Two. Any opposed?
I,
Opposed.
Two. You abstain? Okay, so I will break the tie for the motion and I will go for,
we were in four.
yes. Number 18, discuss, consider and act on update on bids for the Commerce Building.
Thank you. Mayor and Council, Rudy wanted to table this item. Is that correct, Rudy?
So did we post for bids?
On the website?
When was it posted for bids? Bids for the Commerce Building with details of what we're requesting for.
So if it's been posted and did it have a closing date, bids must be in by certain date.
Yeah, it should be a closing date. We want to extend that.
Well, if you
A little
haven't
more.
You
gotten,
have, I don't,
if you haven't gotten any bids you like, the way to do that would be to go ahead and reject all bids and then repost it. And
I would like to know the information regarding when it was posted and the closing that y'all put on there for the bids.
It's posted under where?
It's on,
Notices?
click on it and just drop down and have it bid.
I think it needs to go in the paper.
Why don't we put it
Yeah.
on paper?
And the only reason I'm asking is because when I was, myself and Councilmember Everardo Castillo had gone over to the Commerce Building to meet with Mr. Olivares, because we had discussed, in our budget workshop regarding the initiative of wanting to, get the building going and our projects, so forth. But a bid had not been proposed, so this is the first I hear about the bid being, a bid being posted.
Yeah, there's a form. I'll be happy to share with Mr. Arredondo. You can plug in the legal description. You can also plug in a recommended minimum bid. Or if y'all have a number of a floor in mind, you can include that way people understand you're just gonna reject all the bids if they don't hit that minimum amount. If you have a number in mind. Let's see.
Yeah, neither do I. But you said
But I
public
would-
notices.
Yeah, sometimes on mobile you can't see stuff.
You had advertised locally?
We usually put it in the newspaper, so there should have been in the newspaper as well. Like those have been our common practices.
I think it's required for,
Yes,
just, you either have to have an auction or.
and there's nothing under public notices for that bid. You can use mine if you can come in. Cause I didn't see it. Just to make sure that we're transparent and making sure that we're following through with the processes that we've been doing in the.
Exactly.
So where was it, Paul?
Just on the website as well.
Just on the website. Never posted
That's
it,
it, the city's website. Yeah.
well, someone.
You're good.
But if it's posted, it would have to have a closing date.
Right.
And how do contractors pick up the specs?
We're not gonna have specs.
Huh?
We're not gonna have specs.
We can't put out for bids and there's been specs.
The requirements with the specs and all that.
I would
Can
say
we,
regardless, I would, if you, if.
it's not
and a
in
bid
the
has
newspaper,
been that you don't
correct.
Accept, I would say go ahead and check all bids
Yes.
and repost or re-advertise for the, you know, another month or something like that.
No, not yet. Either way, we still have to follow the processes and rebid and put out, so. Okay, if I could please have a motion?
And Mr. Aranda step out.
Huh?
So we had Mr. Aranda step out.
Reject.
How we want to,
Reject all bids and then we advertise for another 30 days or something. Or however y'all wanna.
there's no, I mean, there's no bids to my understanding. That was the quote that was submitted. Just for them to look, there was not a bid.
They have one. Right, don't you have a bid?
But you requesting more time.
So it's a, I don't know.
Well, I make a motion to deny all bids for right now and extend the bidding process and advertise on the website and the newspaper for the Commerce Building.
Motion on the table by Council Member Place 2, Eric Aranda. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Council Member Place 1, Everardo Castillo. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. 19, discuss, consider an act on approval of 501c3 application for the city of Dilley. Council, this item was requested to put on the agenda in regards to an application for 501c3 pertaining to the ACO department through the city of Dilley. As we all know, our ACO has received tremendous amount of donations. More recently, we just received the donation of the building, the monetary donation to upgrade the inside of the building. And there's other donors who are interested in providing more donations for the cause and for that department. But we're needing, in order to do that, they're requesting a 501c3. So I had spoke with Mr. Arredondo requesting that he start the process on that, but he's wanting the council to give him direction or approval if he can do that.
And this would be for what now?
So this is, some organizations cannot donate to the city, because, you know, they require that we have a 501c3. And so we cannot accept those donations. So one of the things was, well, can we create like a foundation or not-for-profit entity to be able to receive that?
We can accept a donation if with their rules that they have.
Yeah,
to
it's their rules.
Just do a 501.
So our ACO who does our, of course, animal control, he also has with the pound, but he has a movement with other surrounding areas and other areas outside of the state who help with adoption of the animals. And a lot of the costs that we do it's by donors who pay for supplies and everything like that. So he was wanting to inquire of ways to do that.
I mean, you can have I don't know that the city's role would be to create a 501c3. There are instances like when you create an economic development corporation, right? That's like, it functions like a nonprofit. If someone in the community though creates a 501c3 and the city wanted to contribute,
benefit
be
to that.
involved, like y'all can have that relationship, but the city to create it, y'all would be like the board of directors or something, I
Yeah,
don't know.
it would require
Right.
a community group or organization to
Right.
run it and make recommendations, approval of what's gonna come in, what's gonna be spent, who's gonna approve, who's gonna sign off on checks.
Yeah,
Right,
because this
all
is,
of that.
y'all are always gonna be government at the end, and this would really be more of the private sector. So I don't know that it's something the city would do, so y'all could facilitate it certainly and support, and voice support and everything, but I think it would need to be someone else doing paperwork.
Right.
So
Thank you for that guidance. I apologize. I thought this was brought up to you. I was requested that this information be shared with our legal so that we knew that we could do it or not. It wasn't shared with
There-
you, but we can move forward that way.
Yeah, like when Mr. Alvarez says, y'all can always accept donations.
Right.
If they have some rule that says we can only donate to nonprofits, I mean,
Yeah, when we go to the grant writing workshops, that's one of the things that they say to us is, you know, it would help you to create like a foundation, because some entities they don't just contribute to the city, but if you had a foundation, you could apply for, you know, certain type of grants.
yeah, I think that, and that's right. I just don't think the city would be the one creating the, like, if you want to work closely with the foundation, that's great. And there's lots of like, you know, Keep Sabinow Beautiful comes to
Right.
mind, right? The city but they're arm's length, they're not.
Yeah.
one
So
is
the
private.
guidance that should be given to the ACO that if there's people in the community that want to help them, they can establish a 501c3 for his,
Yes, that would be
for the
the
help.
recommendation,
Okay.
and then that could be a vehicle, you know, to make donations to the city.
So just so I know, we wouldn't be able to sit as a board for that 501c3 if the city were to get one, or we just
I
gotta
would
get
not
one.
recommend it,
No.
yeah, because it,
So then we'd be-
well, and it's not to say you can't, because you all as council members could go sit on like, you know, Boy Scouts of
Other-
America board, right, locally, but
The
if
money's
you're gonna be
going
doing
to-
business with the entity
Yes.
or making donations or, you know, signing contracts, you wouldn't want to do that because that there's this conflict of interest. You wouldn't be able to do it as a council member and also be the
Right,
president. of the
because we're on the
board,
board.
Right,
But they could appoint a board,
Yeah, there could be a board.
like,
it wouldn't be a 501.
But it would,
no?
Yeah, it'd just be like.
It'd be a
adjustment
board
or
of,
committee.
yes.
Then they-
The 501c3 is gonna be a private entity. Again, there are instances like
the
like an
Chamber of
EDC where a
Commerce and
city,
stuff.
Right.
it
Yeah.
functions like a nonprofit, as well as all the same rules of a nonprofit. It's still not a 501c3 company.
But then, I mean, there's also legal fees. You need to have an attorney, if you know, fill out your 501c3, special income taxes and stuff like taxes have. So I mean, that's a different entity.
I'll be glad. I mean, and there are also ways if there's an existing, you don't need to create something from scratch either. If there's
Right.
an existing nonprofit in the community that that already had 501c3 status and wanted to get involved. Like, and there's lots, if this is animal related, there's only someone out there that's got a, you know, nonprofit.
Yes.
That you could use as that intermediary from donors and the city as the.
It should have been looked into before it was placed on the agenda.
Well, it's my understanding that it was looked into, it has been brought up to city administrator since the summer, June. So that's why I apologize that it was brought up this way. It was my understanding that we had already got the okay through legal and so forth,
Who's legal?
through our attorneys. But the information wasn't shared to our legal regarding it. So, but thank you for the guidance. That's all our ACO, our department needed. The community as well. We have a great support system for that initiative. So I know there's people that watch the video and so forth. So we'll share that information.
I can't, because the objective, you can definitely achieve the goal you all want. It's just a
Yes.
question of how to get there. Yeah.
Yes. Okay. Thank you again. So information purposes, is discussion.
Can we ask for some guidance from our attorney to give to our ACO? Will we give them
I'll certainly look into it, and if I'm mistaken about this and there's some way to do it, we'll definitely do it, but as far as I know.
I think I've seen other cities that have kind of some type of entity like a foundation, stuff like that.
think they're always arm's length though. They don't answer to the
So
city.
directly.
It's so much, you can have a very close relationship and there's all kinds of laws where you can, if it's for a public purpose, right, you can spend city funds to a nonprofit to do something. Like a foundation, you know, a lot of them are like cleanup, you know.
They're probably not general law cities.
Oh,
They're
okay.
already-
Oh, okay.
Yeah. If y'all created a 501(c)(3), you'd be like owning a company or something. I don't know. That's a strange, I will think through it and come up with a path for your ACO for sure.
Okay, thank you. Anything further? All right, number 20, discuss, consider, and act on having a special meeting on September 23rd, 2025. So we will need to have a special meeting for the adoption of the proposed budget
Tax rates Tuesday.
and the tax rate for next Tuesday. We do have a budget workshop in this meeting today as well, so it's just, I don't know if there's any other items that are needed to be brought up at the special meeting as well.
I'm available.
Are you?
This
Okay.
is an evening meeting?
It would be an
Is it-
evening meeting.
Yes.
Yeah, in the evening.
Evening?
Evening, yes.
Evening, okay, yeah. Oh, regular time?
September
6:30?
23rd at 6:30.
6:30.
And if there's any items that y'all need to be put on this meeting agenda, please get with Mr. Arredondo and Natasha as soon as possible.
Well, it has to get posted by tomorrow.
Yeah,
Mhm.
actually, it's what about tomorrow.
Yes. Okay. Do we need to have an action to establish a special meeting? No, right? Because it's just for discussions that were available.
Scheduling,
Yeah.
as long as if you call a meeting and direct staff to do it, they'll do it. It just doesn't make sense to do it unless you.
Right,
have
if you're
us to be
gonna,
there.
yes.
So,
Okay. So let everybody know we are gonna meet September 23rd. Alrighty. Council, if I could have y'all's authority that we go ahead and go into executive session. And after executive session, if it's okay, then we'll go into our workshop. Is everybody okay with that? Okay, so we'll move on to item number 22, executive session. Called pursuant to the Texas Government Code, Chapter 551, Subchapter D, Sections 551.071, consultation with attorney, and 551.074, personal matters to discuss and consider the following items. A, the appointment, employment, evaluation, reassignment duties, discipline, dismissal, or retirement of a public officer, employee, city administrator.
I think you can just list the positions.
All of them?
It's
Perfect.
because it's the same.
Because it's gonna say,
Perfect.
it's the same verbiage. City secretary, public works director, library director, police chief, municipal judge.
I would just ask.
And I'm going to ask if any of these employees would want this to be an open session.
That's what I was gonna say. If y'all are under the consultation with attorney, that can be behind closed
Yes.
doors, right? But if it's recite personnel matters, yeah, the employee gets a chance to.
have it open.
Open if they want.
Everybody's okay going to closed session? Okay, so we adjourn open session at 8:33 PM. The time is 12:08 a.m. We have reconvened from executive session. Going on to item number 23, open session, take action on the items discussed in executive session. A, B, C, D, E, and F, the action on appointment, employment evaluation, reassignment duties, discipline, dismissal, or retirement of public officer, employee, city administrator, city secretary, public works director, library director, police chief, municipal judge. There is no action on these items. Going back to item number 21, workshop fiscal year 2025-2026 budget. It is 12:09 a.m. and we will reconvene. We're going to go into recess and reconvene today's meeting tomorrow at 6:30 p.m.
And
Do we
just
need a, do we need a motion? to-
September
Yeah, if you could
17th,
get a-
yes.
You can get a motion to recess until then, would be great.
Mayor, I'll go ahead and motion for recess. Come back at 6:30 p.m. September 17, 2025.
I have a motion on the table by Councilmember Place One, Everardo Castillo. Do I have a second? Second by Councilmember Place Three, Alicia Machado. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. We will reconvene.
Just so it's in the minutes, this, because it's an unusual rule we're invoking. This is
Yes.
under 551.0411. So 551.0411 of the Texas Government Code.
Thank you.
So Chris is coming back to.
Alrighty,
If you're gonna close it out, those meetings.
right. We will see y'all tomorrow or later today at 6:30 p.m.